And we are unmuted.
Yay.
Oh, I left the volume on my TV. Sorry. Sorry!
Oops!
Okay. I should have also fixed the audio. What did I do with the audio? Where are the audio components? That's weird. Okay, I'll deal with this later. There's no reason for me to do it now. Okay, we're live, everybody. We're back to Satisfactory. The Satisfactory is back on. Okay, I need to look at what my to-do list is, as always. Although I don't know if I properly updated last time. Oh no, I was still working on thermal propulsion rocket planning. That's what I was doing. I was working on bringing all the resources to where I want to build. Okay. And of course, I'm sure I lost all train of thought to this already.
Thermal propulsion.
Yeah, but I forgot what part of what stage of the planning I was in already.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just have to go back to where I was building the base for it and then figure out what I haven't imported yet. Oh, you know what I was doing? I remember what I was doing. I was looking for summer sloops. That's how I ended the stream last night.
Yep. Summer sloops and hard drives.
There are more hard drives.
There's nothing more to research?
There are no more hard drives. I literally have every hard drive.
Okay, can you load one in?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, look at that! Another project part completed! Now I'm gonna refocus my efforts on the plan. By the way, can you guys hear me okay? Yeah.
Okay.
Or are you talking about on the stream?
Well, if you guys can hear me, it should be hearable on the stream since it's the same audio.
That would what you would think, but this is audio.
I mean, it's true. I mean, yeah, you can check the stream too to see if I'm coming in clear. It seems like I was kind of low on my solo streams, so I'm trying to readjust the microphone to compensate. Yeah, I guess I should keep talking just to make sure. Yeah, just keep talking, so trying to figure out whether I need to change all of that, or if it's good or not good or whatever. But I need to test that out and see if I have the appropriate level of audio coming from my voice. I may or may not. But I should, but I don't know. I want to know. I want to know, I want to know, I want to know. Okay, I remember. I started production on the thermal propulsion rocket.
Okay, so that's how that works. I tested out inputting in one of the alien power matrices into one of the ones we've got sitting around. It eats them fairly quickly, but
what happens when they're eaten?
it boosts the amount that it produces to like 30 to 40% instead of 10.
For a limited time or a long time?
As long as you have fuel.
Okay.
Well, how fast do they burn them?
5 per minute. So, fairly fast.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound quite sustainable just yet.
No. Considering that what it requires is a superposition oscillator, SAM fluctuator, and then power shards.
Okay, we'll work on that, it looks like.
Yeah. That one is I'm building a select few, but it's not going to be...
I mean, it sounds like we have everything but the oscillators, so...
Yeah. Well, technically, SAM fluctuators are basically you take activated SAM and then combine them with a few other materials.
Right. That's what I'm saying. The only thing we're not producing in any reasonable amount is the oscillators.
Yeah, which those are very fun to make because those require dark matter crystals. Right. Dark matter crystals, oscillators, aluminum sheets, and then excited photonics energy to make. And the reason why I have some that are left over was because the fact that I had some left over from when I was making the phase part earlier. And those things are also used in the portals as well. Except I think it's like 1 per trip. Oh wait, no, the portals use singularity cells, which that's an entirely different problem that we need to automate. And I don't want to automate that because, well, guess what? It requires nuclear pasta. Automate it with our current power.
We're not exactly burning.
Yeah, but it's very sketch. Got roughly about 4,000, 5,000 megawatts between production and max capacity.
aren't you letting me build it upside down?
Well, let's see what we got. The only recipe remaining! Charcoal. Unable to rescan, no rewards currently available. It's the last thing we have.
Yeah. We tried very hard not to get it. But it's finally
We have
here.
researched all the hard drives. There is nothing left. So now it's just Summer Sloops and Mercer Spheres. Well, that's something. Trigons.
motor influence. Turbo motors, cooling system. Use modular frame. Battery. Let's think about what we can coal limestone copper and iron.
York.
Limestone. Copper. And iron. So I got copper, iron, and limestone taken care of. I know I need to import definitely need to import quartz. And deuterium ore. I think this is meant to do water. I have to package it. Maybe. sulfur. That imports sulfur. Need nitrogen gas. Heat oil and bauxite. Oh, that was sick. I didn't even do that at all.
Those aren't necessarily needed anymore. Let's see.
start blowing up some of these. First thing we're going to get here is coal. And that's not very good. Didn't even do that. Inability to copy paste is frustrating right now. Keep screwing it up. Just copy and paste, Eddie. It's not that hard.
Copy pasta.
Hole in the ground. I put all these organizers facing the wrong way.
Ow.
It happens to the best of us.
It was the worst of times, it was the worst of times.
Okay. That's higher, half of it water. Ugh. Have to do it all over again. First things first. Let me put some proper planting.
111. Come on. Lock in already. There we go. Let's get this platform ready to go. Alright, I gotta find my mining blueprint. Scared him. Hopefully connected. Now I gotta get this copper.
The kit here.
Guitar. We need 173. Finish extending the rainbow bridge. another mine rig. Blueprint. Come to me. Copper. 90 iron ore. 300 permanent. Been building on the factory all the live long day. I had to work in the office today, so I had to go a bit earlier than usual. So I didn't stream. I didn't do my Zen Zone Zero stream last night. I'm gonna probably end up doing it after this one. So I got a lot of streaming to do today. gonna be tired. Totally skip work tomorrow.
Very responsible.
Very. It's the right thing to do. Everybody knows that. The live stream with details of the next patch is on Friday. I'm excited for that. We get to find out how much polychrome and real world money I'm gonna end up losing. So that's exciting.
Yay.
Asher, speaking of your worst game, has there been some sort of drama going on in HSR?
There kind of has been, because the fact that a lot of people have been. The current drama seems to be dealing with the next characters as well as the potential. Crossover event, in the fact that
I ask because people have like subtly mentioned a drama, but I haven't heard any details, or maybe I don't understand what the details are.
It's from what little I know of it, it sounds like there's a lot of drama about power creep.
yeah.
Oh, I see.
That characters that, launched with the game are now entirely incapable of keeping up with current content.
And
power creep is to be expected, but I guess it's more than.
Well, obviously power creep happens. Sometimes it's unintentional. Sorry. With the idea of obviously you want more impressive units, more interesting gameplay and things like that, so sometimes earlier units are just left in the dust, like FGO. Okay, FGO is a pretty clear indication of power creep because originally you had to get a gold rarity servant. Actually, I think, no, it was definitely gold rarity to get a character with 3 skills. Before that, all the lower rarity characters, bronze and silver, only had 2 skills. Not to mention, we've had the entire criticism of some of these characters have been so woefully ignored for a better part of a decade that they are...
Crazy that it's been around that long.
Yes, but it does demonstrate sort of stratification of power in some ways.
Yeah.
I mean, they have fixed the idea of okay, low rarity servants get extra skills. Well, get a full roster of skills. And they have been making slow improvements on characters, but it's been a slow crawl. Some characters literally need an entire revamp, and some aspects of the characters are still stuck in sort of year 1 design, where they didn't know where they were going, how the game was going to be played, how difficult the game was, things like that. The biggest problem with power creep is obviously when you end up having characters or people in the character pool that are really have an advantage, like Castoria for FGO.
I would think it would be the opposite because you're right. FGO is kind of a really good example of that. 'Cause it's been out for so long, and just the nature of gacha and that it is a business attached to it. That yeah, I guess it makes sense that after 10 years the original characters can't keep up with newer characters. That's
Especially
by design.
with added mechanics added to combat cheese strats.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that they ended up changing between year one design and past that is break bars. Because they were having problems where people were cheesing like what was supposed to be really awesome of a million HP boss in one shot, in one turn. Simply because, you know, they had the mechanics to do that. Well, with break bars, you can't do that. Even if the boss has a million HP, it can be stratified through multiple break bars, meaning that you at least have to hit them so many times. And it's sort of difficult with the original, you know, cheese strats, or, you know, how people were playing the game then.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's gotten like even further with like them trying to design around things like preventing people from just returning farm nodes with just arcs because of arcs refund. By changing up like, oh, it's not a 333 node anymore, it's now a 132 node, which changes the entire dynamics for arts refund. But for, I don't know, the biggest question is, have you noticed this at all with Zenless Zone Zero? Is it because it's more of an action game, you can at least, you know, just get good and get past it with some of your favorite characters, or are you quite literally like, nah, have to use square peg for square hole?
No. It's way more on the person you said. Because it's an action-oriented game and there's skill expression, a lot of skill expression. You can do certain fights against the optimal situation. Like as long as you're skilled enough, you can do it. The only time at all where that's more of a problem, and I wouldn't even say a problem just yet, is anything that has a timer on it. Because that point isn't about survival, it's about can you do it within a certain amount of time. And sometimes you can't, because they're expecting you either to be super fucking good or to use the optimal or some
Yeah,
optimal
but is that
mechanics.
sort of like a challenge quest-esque? Like,
Yeah.
it's meant to be difficult.
Yes, correct. That's the other piece of it right there. And the only example of kind of power creep, and not really, is the two of the Ice DPS characters that we have, Elle and Joe, which came out early in the 1.0, and then Miyabi, who came out 1.4. There is a huge discrepancy between those two characters, but that's because 1.4 Miyabi was meant to be a strong character, like lore-wise, and like here's one of what they call the Void Hunters, which I think is the same from Archon and some other stuff from the other Polio games, right?
Yeah.
So
Depending, but
Well,
yeah.
first of all, Zenless Zone Zero seems to be its own thing, because as we discussed before, it doesn't happen to have like the baked-in character digital actor sort of thing from Honkai Third Impact and other Hoyoverse titles.
And then
So it has its own lore in some ways.
Right. So, but with those two characters, getting 6 copies of the first character can't outclass even 1 copy of the second character. Which, if it was a quote-unquote normal character, then that would make sense. But this character is meant to be overpowered. Even within lore, she's supposed to be overpowered. So yeah, in one sense, yeah, that sort of removes the efficacy of the first character, but it's not going to be a pattern moving forward. Like it's still a very viable character by its own right, considering the current landscape of the gameplay. It just happens that this one character, by lore, is overpowered, and it's going to be overpowered compared to most enemies. But it's also not even a year to the game, right? So who knows what's going to happen a year from now, 2 years from now, how far that's going to creep up.
Well, yeah, that's the main criticism I think of Honkai Star Rail is that the game has only been out for a little over a year?
It's hit its 2-year.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's been a minute.
Well, I forget because the entire thing of like it had a very long beta sort of build,
Yeah.
so
Right.
it sort of becomes hard to measure time sometimes.
Right.
Like, oh, the game finally came out, but
I think Zenless was in beta for a long time too. I didn't realize it.
Yeah.
well, it had a lot of like beta footage stuff going back years.
Yeah,
That's the
and
reason
I-
why some people knew about a lot of the characters back then.
And honestly, I don't. That was never in my radar. Like I saw like the marketing for it, but I never saw like beta footage or stuff like that. So it surprises me that there was so much before. Anyway, so your power creep isn't an issue yet. It's so far.
Well, it's really
everything's been designed well, so no one's too worried about it. But it feels like an eventuality.
well, it's always is an eventuality because let's face it, they do need to like because if somebody, let's say, hyper invested in a character, like they wailed, they got the character up, they did all that,
Right.
it becomes a sort of contentious aspect of the game design because obviously I think some people have their favorite characters, but they also have people who just simply play for the meta. And if the meta starts moving forward, like they introduce a new mechanic and introduce new characters that can handle that mechanic, and your previous characters that used to be good are now shifted below, or like they're not nearly as good. It also becomes a problem of like, how does it feel? Like, if you end up getting a character that's overpowered, it feels really good. But if they suddenly become like, 6 months later, or worse, like two to 1 month later, just sort of power creeped, it's like, what the hell?
Well, considering that, like, one of the characters that seems to be brought up is an early Quantum character, Sela, who, when she was first released, she was really good. And then when we moved on, she dropped off hard. We're talking like, kind of like nobody uses her anymore. Because
That's rough.
she can't even do, she can't do enough damage, or like the mechanics don't work for her to basically just break. And with some of the newer characters, the whole thing of we finally got introduced to a new class of character in this latest patch, which is the Remembrance characters, which there was kind of a hint at on how they would work, which in this case their mechanic is that they add, like, their character can summon a memo sprite, aka a 5th character to the battle, since all battles were 4 characters only. But that character can does interact and does certain things as well. And so it's like, this is a new meta that people are like, okay. And then they introduce the new type of damage type, which is true damage. Because almost every other character from beginning to now did elemental damage based off of various stats. Like, this character does damage based off of their defense stat. Why? Because they're also a defender.
Okay, I think I'm going to throw on the nuclear power, at least a 4th of it,
Okay.
Sweet.
just to test it out, make sure it's working. Make sure everything I've done is correct, because, really suck. Things don't work. on. Okay.
Nothing's on fire yet.
Yet.
So I guess get back to the original question. So what makes the latest patch of Star Rail so contentious?
It's because of the fact that a lot of people are royally pissed at certain things like, currently, and this is just like, I haven't encountered it, but that's because I don't play meta, I play to whatever I feel like playing. But supposedly, people have been going, ugh, I have to get I have to get one of the newer, like, 5-star healers, which, that's gonna be a while. Because otherwise, my healing can't keep up with my damage dealing. And then there's the factor that supposedly, one of the newer characters, Historis, or Castorize, trust me, the pronunciation gets really weird, is going to be a, I think she's set to be, a destruction character, but she has a mechanic that revives characters, even if she's not in the active recording. You just have her. If you own the character, it will revive the character once.
Interesting.
Which, that's a bit weird, but, okay, supposedly this is based off of beta data. Part of the drama is also the factor that we're soon going to have the, crossover with, Fate's Day Night, of which now it's been confirmed we aren't getting multiple, we're only getting one.
One character?
One 5-star character. Of which people can probably guess which character.
This up.
I mean, kind of. There's a lot of characters. Like,
Hey, what's the most poster child-esque character?
Guess my guess would be Saber.
Yes.
Okay, well that makes sense.
So,
Arrgh.
but people are going to be going like, it looks like Saber is set up to be a meta character, and I'm like, is Y, B, ugh. And it's leaning towards, oh, now everybody's going to have to pay out of wallet to get all these good characters because now they all play into the meta, and I'm like, ah. There's also other dramas that are dealt with, like the factor of voice actor stuff, like characters that have still not recorded their lines yet for the current patch.
I'm already feeling that, so...
Yeah, no, it's weird when it's like, oh, hey, here's a... wait. Double check. No, they haven't changed. It's just stated that they are not recording their line, that they're waiting to record their lines. It's like, Leo, what the fuck is going on? But yeah, they're, like, I'd hate to say it, but, HSR is getting some of the general stuff that we've encountered, from, Genshin, with this character got replaced, this character got replaced. Okay, this character is not speaking. Have they been replaced? No, we just haven't...
They haven't gotten a voice actor yet.
They haven't gotten a voice actor yet. Or, oh, we're having issues trying to set aside time for recording because we want them to say their lines in a specific manner. It's like, okay, fine, cool, whatever. But at the same time, it's like this constant what is going on here? But so much so that it's like
Okay, so far so good.
sorry if I'm a little distracted. I'm just trying to set
One full
something up.
stack of nuclear waste.
No worries.
One stack of nuclear waste.
I do have a follow-up question, but I'm waiting for you to finish your current point.
Well, what's the follow-up question? Because, like, I'm getting distracted by actually setting something up.
Oh, the other thing that I noticed that I think no one was direct about it because all I watch is Endless Zone Zero videos, right? So I think they've
Yeah.
just been sly about it and didn't want to delve too deep into it. Is that did they do a double release this last patch
Yeah, 2 new characters.
at once?
Yeah.
Has that been an issue for people?
That's been, it's not the first time they've done it, but it's annoying because one of the characters that they released is a healer. And supposedly this is going to be one of the good healers.
Quote
So
unquote
much
good
so.
healers.
Quote unquote, yeah, quote unquote good healers. But they're also competing against supposedly one of the better, I'd have to double check what his actual thing is. Destruction. But it's like like people are kind of annoyed at just how it's being handled. But yeah, no, it just that patch just got released. So people are getting kind of at it. Because while you have not encountered it yet,
So what did I miss of the conversation?
just me. Eddie asked about the whole double release that came out. With
The one time it was referenced by one of the streamers I follow, well, people who talk about ZZZ. He mentioned it very tongue-in-cheek, but again, wasn't specific about why it was an issue, and brought it up as like a, hey, do we have a power creep problem in Endless Zone Zero yet? And the answer was no, but that was like the basis for the conversation.
Hmm.
But yeah, no, it is kind of one of those things that I have seen people annoyed because I kind of got Sela because like, oh hey, this character looks good and I need a good damage dealer for Quantum. Now it's kind of like I have all the elements, I just trying to figure stuff out, like, is this good? Is this good? Or what can I take these characters for and then use them? Because, like, the whole remembrance thing, aka the characters with the memo sprites, obviously the main, like, one thing that HSR does is that the main character in the why did your internet connection give me a nuke? Again, Eddie. Generally, like, RMC is an actual character in the game. They actually have stats, they actually do stuff, and it's one of the few characters that allows you to change what class they are. When you start out the game, they are Destruction, which basically, they're unique in the fact that destruction characters are usually single target heavy damage characters. But our character is unique in the fact that we get, whenever we get an ultimate, we can do one of two things, which is single target or AoE, heavy damage. The second class that we got, which was essentially a defender class, which allowed us to do minimal shields while defending. They weren't that great, because you had to build them that way, and it was really hard to build them that way. Admittedly, that character lasted me a good long time. The third update, which each character has their own element. There's normal, fire, ice, electric, and then imaginary and quantum. Don't ask me what the actual two are, but they're just there. And so each class the main character gets also changes their element. First class is normal. The defender class is fire. Third class, which I think was a support class, they got to be imaginary, and that class introduced, and this is when it starts showing off, they started making the MC new class with the big patch be a show-off slash like entry-level version of the new mechanics, which the new character, the new MC, when they got the imaginary powers, allowed them to do stuff like increase break capacity, since all enemies have super armor and characters have a certain level of like break percentage, whereas the MC allowed them to break the super shields much faster, and introduce the other half of it, which was super break. Generally, when you break armor, I'm pretty sure this is the standard for Zenless Zone Zero, is that when you broke their super armor, you do more damage.
Yeah, we call it daze. We're basically just they have a daze bar, and we stun them once we hit the daze bar, kind of like your any stamina based.
Yeah.
Kind of stuff like that.
Us, it's basically just you broke it. They're in a break status, which means you do more damage. However, with the MC, they introduced super break, which means you now do additional damage on top of normal break damage. And depending on how the character is set up, super break damage can kill an enemy instantly. So now you had to have enemies that had to deal with that, or had to get them into break status to deal a shit ton of damage. The newest MC, which you can actually get fairly quickly, is the new Remembrance type, of which you get the Memo Sprite Mem, who is a fucking mix between a Pokemon and a Precure mascot.
I like that description.
Trust me, it's like because like all they say is mem or a variation of mem, so it's like mem 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 mem. I'm like, oh god. But you can actually understand them, and they do kind of speak. Initially, it's very simple sentences, and then later on, it's like somewhat complex sentences. We're talking going from like toddler speak to child that's in the 4th grade speak.
So cute.
But they look like a fucking Precure mascot. The design is pink. It's described as a fox rabbit or foxit, because nobody wants to call it a rox, unless you're being mean. But they did, the other character that they were kind of gearing towards people to try and grab, which was Aglia, which is an ice remembrance, and so far she's the only other remembrance character. Because, it's just... I swear some of the whole issue with, hit the wrong button. With some of the drama is that it's coming from the meta community. And I'm not saying that, like, that's bad, I'm just saying it's, like...
It's what it is.
It's just what it is, because, like, everybody is complaining about the fact that the Remembrance characters do true damage. Does that mean we now need, like, other characters who aren't Remembrance be able to do true damage? Or when are we going to get non-Remembrance characters who can do true damage? Because the Remembrance characters got to show off true damage.
So these enemies that have certain weaknesses or require certain mechanics to fight, are they endgame material or
they're area based? So okay, let me find a spot to put down. So to kind of use Sela as an example, since she is a... Actually, do I have a thing open right now? Let me see, do I? No, I do not. Let me open up a tab. Let's see here. Character. Okay, can I... Okay, I'll use Pride. So... I'm not gonna go based off of, like, tier list. Oh, that's a character I don't know, and it's definitely coming up. God damn it. Okay, let me find Sela. She should be in this. Okay. Okay, so Sela is a hunt style, aka single target, high damage. Oh, I got it mixed up. Hunt characters are single target, high damage. Destruction is multi-target, high damage. And the way that Sela works is that she let's see. The way she works is that here. She gains energy based off of how many enemies she defeats, which is one of those weird things where basically she like, so one of the things that happens is that she increases her speeds whenever you do certain things. So basically, her entire hit is she speeds up, so she starts doing more and more damage. But that's purely based off of like being able to break their thing. The factor that she's quantum means that in her area, where Belobog, we had a lot of enemies that were weak to quantum, since it was a rare element. When we got to, let's see here, character film section. The Jianzhou Lao Fu, or as some of the fandom calls it, Battleship China. trust me, it makes a lot of sense in context. A lot of enemies were not weak to quantum, which means that, and that was like the next big update that we encountered was basically going from Belobog, the starting area, pretty much the second area, which most players played when Ifthirst came out, was Belobog, to the end show, or the Lao Fu. Is that she dropped, and that's why she dropped off hard, is that she couldn't do her mechanic because there weren't enemies that were weak to her element. Whereas other characters that you got from that area, like Kayla, who is a 4-star character, worked really well because she was an ice character. And so, like, with that one, it's really hard to use Sela, because the fact that, like, in order to get her up and running, she needs to be able to break enemies. But since she's single target and and Quantum is kind of one of those, it depends on where you go to, it makes it hard to use her. Now, there were some strategies that one character that quite literally lasted until almost this patch, Silver Wolf, which a lot of people were hoping we'd get more characters who had her ability, which was the factor that her ability was to basically inject a weakness of any of the party members onto an enemy. Did not even have to be hers. So basically you could use Silver Wolf in conjunction with Sela to then inject Quantum into the enemies and do tons of damage. We kind of got that with not this patch, but the whole break mechanic, and the factor that we started to see characters who would inject their element onto the enemy, like Boot Hill or Fei Zhao, where they would if they did or Firefly, favorite character, where they would inject their element, physical, fire, wind, onto an enemy so that they could actually do more break damage. But Boot Hill, Firefly, and Fei Zhao also played into the super break mechanic in the factor that you usually paired them up with somebody like the main character or other characters that allowed you to do super break. And so it's like you have characters like Sela, who is no longer good for current content, versus like characters like, let's see here, and it also kind of plays into the factor that a lot of the 4-star characters kind of fall heavily into this category. And that's why people are a little peeved at it. Is the factor that, like, your 4-star characters should be something that should be able to, like, if you start the game today, you should, if you somehow blew through everything and then got to current content, you should be able to use the 4-star characters that you have at your discretion, at your availability, to play modern content, play the modern part. And that's where the problem lies, is the fact that the only character that you'd have on hand that would be able to handle stuff is the MC, and maybe a couple of the 4-stars. Because you could play off the elements. Let's see here. Mighty is... Okay, he is destruction. They don't have information on him yet. But, and that's, I think, what most of the actual players who aren't playing meta are kind of being annoyed with, is the fact that we have a good selection of 4 stars, but as of current, there's no 4-star for the current pack. Technically, with the last patch, we did get 2 new 4-stars, which was Gallagher and Misha. Which, Misha was hot garbage, and we found out that Gallagher, the 4-star, the second one of the 4-star healers. So I think we have like 3 4-star healers? Yeah, 3. That he's actually one of the better ones out of the bunch. Because he does a lot of all-at-once type of stuff, so he's good for action economy, as well as dealing damage. Whereas, like, the 5-star healers that we currently have available are... Some of them we don't really like, kind of. So, I think that's part of the drama, is that, kind of bring in, like, just to bring in, like, another, gotcha. Nikkei. Nikkei is super good with trying to put things where, like, these characters aren't bad, but if they're showing to be, like, hey, we can't rectify or bring a character in that will help them, because, like, Nikkei is, like, approaching its 3-year anniversary, I think, fairly closely.
I thought it celebrated its 2nd anniversary.
I think it was really newer.
Yeah, sorry, my brain is a little frazzled, but, so yeah, you're right. They're kind of approaching the 2.5. Is that is the fact that they've introduced new mechanics that allow older characters to become a bit more viable. Admittedly, some of the meta people are like, oh, it doesn't make them meta enough. Not quite, but it kind of re-gears their kit to be much more like what people were hoping they would be, or what they generally tended to be used for. Given the fact that, like HSR, you can only have 1 copy of the character at a time. And so, like, generally you have to mix and match teams, unless you borrow somebody's character, which then, yes, you could technically have 2 characters, 2 of the same characters. Generally, you don't want that, because rarely do the mechanics work well together.
Not as helpful as it sounds.
Yeah, generally half the time I tend to find it's much more annoying when they do that, because it's like, I have seen some people are like, oh, hey, you can do all this, and I'm like, I don't think I want to do that.
Not as good as you think it is.
No. And so, like, from my perspective on Nikkei, that's why it's like, I can start to, like, I am seeing that some of these arguments may start to be popping up, dealing with the general characters most people will have, which are the 4-star characters. Because, like, the 4-star characters are generally what most people will be using if they start now, versus older accounts like mine, where I won't necessarily be using like some of the 4-star characters because like I've got better options under my belt.
You've also been around for a while, so you have that comes with having been there a while.
Well, it's also because of the fact that like I've gone through some things which Genshin would absolutely tear me to shreds because the fact that why do you guys get a free 5-star character for your anniversary? Like, literally because of the fact that we're not little bitches and complain about every little tiny detail.
I would say we got a free 5-star character
the
for 6
Genshin,
months.
I am going to fight for the Genshin people, questioning why do they not get more complimentary things, because it was sort of a range thing for a long time. They ended up celebrating their first anniversary and all they got was like barely a pull and a half.
Well, from what I recall, the main reason why it happened, this is my understanding.
Well, it was doing so well.
It was doing so well, but there was also some issues with like people complaining about like a certain character was getting a certain skin in the US that the Chinese player base did not like, and they complained a lot, and so it kind of ruined that whole aspect. But I think that may be hearsay.
Well, I'm just saying in terms of like 3Ds, like the entire thing of like, oh hey, here's a welfare character, or here's a free choose your favorite character ticket, at least like between this like first year releases.
Yep.
But as far as I know, Genshin rarely, if ever, gets any of those things.
Yeah, HSR has gotten a couple.
I can say like I said, Zenless has gotten that already, and that was 6 months in.
As stated, I don't know how that happened for Genshin, because it's not like it's their first gacha games, live service, or schmeal.
It's their most popular right now, isn't
it's sort of a weird thing of like, why did their attempts even were so lukewarm? Also, why can't I take away this free?
Well, I'm not saying that, like, the issue was, like, I'll be honest, I have no clue what caused it. All I know is that it was possible due to, regional, complaints from one player base going like, they're getting so much better, like, why are they getting this, and like, why are we getting that? Because like one of the things that I know is that like, and this was drama from Genshin when it was like in its heyday, with one of the characters in Genshin's world version of China getting a costume that's very traditional for the Chinese servers, whereas on the rest of the world, that character was getting a bikini or something very skimpy, and the Chinese players found out, and they were like, "Oh, this is horrible! No, you need to stop that. That's horrible misrepresentation."
Of what? Misrepresentation of what?
Of our culture.
I don't know. I would think it would be complaining of like, why do they get the bikini while we get this?
Yes, but that's the complaint I would expect.
Admittedly, this is like a few years old knowledge, but it was the fact that they were complaining that, like that character is being horribly misrepresented of our culture. How dare they?
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of internet.
I don't know.
Internet-minded complaints.
I mean, like, this is
a lot of complaints are internet-minded.
Right,
Yeah.
right. But I'm saying that's an example of one.
Well, considering that, like, this is just, like, from my perspective, is that, like, sometimes some player bases are severely internet. They've just got the internet on their brain 24/7, and that's all they care about. Because my game's online, so I have to stay online all the time.
I mean, it's just like that. That sounds like very much like what happened with Wukong.
Well,
me.
The other factor is that, like, technically, have you seen some of the, like, the shipping community? I hate bringing up this community because I hate the community in general.
What, the shipping community?
The shipping community for Genshin.
I like the shipping communities.
You won't like it for Genshin.
I guess not. It's cool up in Zenless. Everyone's having fun with shipping in Zenless.
Because Zenless is all about goonin, and everybody's fine with it. No, Genshin is so... Like, if you... Like, people are literally willing to send death threats if you misrepresent their ship.
Jesus.
I mean, Nikkei, like, the Nikkei community is like, yes, we know. The characters have a bit more depth, but yes, we know. Go ahead, fine, whatever. Just let us enjoy the game. Because, like, there have been various attempts by, like, other communities, like, Nikkei is all about the sex. It's like, well, yeah, duh. But it's
yes, but no.
Yes, but no. Yeah, but it's always yes, but it's almost always yes, but no. It's not a hentai game.
People have called it that.
I mean, what game? Nikkei? Oh, come on.
Nikkei, yes.
Even I know that's not true.
Yeah, no, that's the thing is, like, I have seen some people refer to Nikkei as an H game. Like, no!
Do you realize that Nikkei actually has a lower age thing than some other games?
I do know, yes. But they didn't.
Is it titillating? Yes. That's...
We have the jiggle physics, so what?
Yeah, that in and of itself is not anything.
But
character actions that likely don't do anything. Well, I mean, actually, I don't know what character actions in the game are like, so you can tell me if there's more to it than that. But
the character interactions, like, depending on which characters you talk to, there are some heavy implications that the commander has with some of them.
Not exactly.
Yeah, but is it innuendo like Animaniacs, or is it like straight on
heavy
conversation?
innuendo?
It's
like,
heavy innuendo. It's like
the only way you could possibly misrepresent this is that
okay.
How shall we say? Completely missed the point.
You know what I'm saying? Like Animaniacs had that shit, and then no one would accuse that of being that kind of game. Like,
well, okay, I'm going to use an example that I have had in Nikkei, which is the fact that there are two a twin sister Nikkei. They're two units, Blanc and Noir, who are bunny girls. They work at Coin Rush, the local gambling / entertainment palace. But they're very unique in the fact that they are actively extremely lucky. No joke. If anything is luck-based, they will excel at. And as a fun fact, they can actually charge people's luck up. The way they do this is by shaking hands. However, with the commander, they do bring up a second way, which involves a bed.
okay, that I can kind of see, like, okay.
And both of them decide to join the commander on that little adventure.
Okay, alright, that feels a lot less implicit.
Well, you mean entirely implicit.
They were just charging up the commander's luck. That's all they were doing.
I'm saying less
Wink,
implicit.
wink.
That's not... Well, wait.
Shove.
No, you're right, I'm sorry. Well, is it... No, it's less implicit. Right, no, I'm using the terms wrong, ain't I?
Okay, implicit means implied.
Yes, sorry. Well,
So it's like,
okay.
yes, they are avoiding using the words necessary to describe the act. But they are more or less confirming almost all.
Yeah, okay. Then I'm right. Yeah, that is less implicit. Not explicit, but less implicit.
Well, it's not explicit at all.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Not that, but it's not implicit.
It's heavy innuendo. There have been others, some much more blatant than others. I technically would put that as one of the more blatant ones, but then again, some people are like, "But no, it's not." I'm like, "Okay, sure." I'm not.
An exception to the rule does not. It's an exception.
Yeah. So, and that's the thing is that Nikke doesn't outright say he's done it.
Yeah, right.
Because the whole thing of Nikke is a crapsack world where Nikkes are quite literally third-class citizens generally.
It's still subjective, like or subjective is the word I'm looking for. It's still not explicit. Yeah, I think we said it already. It's still not explicit.
It's still not explicitly stating.
Right.
It's implied that they did something. It is heavily worded in such heavy innuendo that anybody who is not naive immediately knows the meaning of a much more like intimate way of passing luck. No, you two, you did a twosome with the commander. And so it's like one of those situations where it's like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, it's also still not the worst thing.
It's still not the worst, and from the Nikke community, yeah, we know, but there are also characters that it's like, no, the commander would never touch them, because quite literally, why would you do that to somebody who can barely remember something from yesterday? Because of all the crapsack scientists fucking around with her poor head.
Right, yeah. It's all most subjective. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. All this is remembering me a funny thing that happened. You know VTubers?
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Okay, do you happen to know about Pecora's mom?
Oh god, that.
Wait, what?
Okay, there's a longtime Hololive member called Pecora. She's the rabbit.
Okay.
Usada Pecora.
I actually don't know this person at all.
Really? You don't know her even by her laugh?
I mean,
Okay. It's hard to recreate on the fly.
Right.
But anyway, the thing is that a long time ago, she ended up saying that she was keeping secret about her being a VTuber from her family.
Okay. Yeah.
Because, it's like,
right.
I don't want to have, that bleed over. I don't want them that. But it's like...
Fair.
The thing is that once she supposedly got 1 million subscribers, she would broach the fact that she was a VTuber with her family.
Okay.
Which she did.
It's a choice. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And she ended up having her mother show up on stream, at least in voice, just to confirm that, yes, I am showing off what I am doing with my family.
Okay. Sounds cute.
And unfortunately, it became such a meme amongst the community of essentially teasing her about, hey, we want your mother.
I put a meme on in stream chat showing.
But the thing is that she's leaned into it over the years, with like making a PNG tuber model for her mother, coming out last April 1st with a fully rigged mother model for her.
Okay.
Her mother's
and
debut.
just sort of like doing things and stuff like that.
Right.
Now, the thing was that a recent commentary, like, dealing with, like, the New Year's, they ended up having a discussion of what could possibly show up on April 1st. Now, this is another one of our gen mates bringing up the fact that, well, maybe we can have a collab between our parents on stream of her mother and Sencho's father.
Marine.
No, trying to remember. Hosho Marine.
Hosho Marine.
And this was initially shot down by both of them, stating like, yeah, this would be a terrible idea. But Pecora ended up mentioning the fact that her mother had unicorns as fans.
It's a term, Japanese term. Internet
Refer
slang.
to the idea of the virginal qualities of an idol.
Unicorn? I'm sorry. I feel like I have heard the term before.
Okay, think of why do you if you've had sex, you can't actually be around a unicorn. They won't accept you. They'll attack you on sight.
Okay.
So the idea is that a unicorn is a fan that wholeheartedly believes in the maiden aspect of the idol. That they don't have other relationships, they don't have other, and it's like,
Oh, okay.
she's your mother.
I never
She
heard-
had to give birth.
I never heard that term used. I guess I must not heard this specific term before. Okay.
Yeah.
For this
But-
scenario, but yeah. I
But
follow.
the main joke is that how can you have unicorns if you're a mother?
Right.
People
It's
are-
like literally caused the
The-
one person to shut down of like, what are you talking about? What
The
is reality?
The mental gymnastics some people have. I caramba, one might say.
Yeah.
pretty much.
Plates. Where are my plates?
But yeah, no, it's one of those things of like the shipping community or the fan fiction community, however you want to call it, for Genshin is
Hyper toxic, like most of Genshin community.
hyper toxic because like if you don't represent or don't allow my pairing or represent the character perfectly exactly the way I imagine it versus us in HSR where it's like, okay, we do a little gooning on the side, but we kind of like our characters because Hoyo has fully admitted that the main character is a bit of a trash panda. All because in Bellabog you were allowed to inspect trash cans, and so everybody was like, fuck yeah, trash cans. Heck yeah! So it is now officially canon that the main character in HSR is a human trash panda.
This is where I was getting.
Yeah, thanks. I can't relate to the weirdness you're talking about in Zenless.
Yeah.
We-
Yours is all like gooning focused.
Well,
Not even
I
that.
would say that it's the fact that it's a far more laid back. I
Yeah.
would say, in terms of tone.
I mean, like, there is a bit of weirdness, like having the constant weird Miyabi going food, which I think that's
Going
part of
what?
her character. Food, constantly asking for food.
Not really. That might just been a random meme you came across, but
Several memes of it.
it's just a meme.
Yeah, but memes are based off of like one scene with a character.
Or
I'm sure she said food at some point, but like.
Well, no, her constant need to eat, kind
No,
of.
that-
Need food.
Then that isn't a thing. So okay, I can tell you that straight up. That's not a thing.
Well, it could have just been like, hey, can I have that? And it's just one tiny scene, and she never does it again, but people latch onto it. Because, let's see, because like that's how fandoms work, is that they find just this weird character trait that the character exhibits maybe once or twice, and then they go like,
Or
man,
fan explanations for things such as Why does Medea dress up Saber in Fate Stay Night? Oh, because she actually has an obsession. And she's also really good at crafts and arts. And that ended up spiraling into, oh, okay, so she must be absolutely nuts about Saber and actually has constructed, you know, entire figurines, wall scrolls, everything, merch, just because so.
Just because.
Then again, that's almost semi-confirmed by like the actual writing team with things like Carnival Phantasm.
Oh god.
I mean, sometimes fan theories are made into reality. That's not unusual.
This only needs...
I mean, like, the best way I've seen, like, Zenless stuff is mostly just, like, the characters are just a little bit too much on the horny side of things. And then it's like everything just devolves into and then no, it's just all innocence all around kind of stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the game is a lot less horny than you would think. Like, it lends to it, yeah, but
there's a lot of sex appeal and a lot of jiggle physics.
It's not quite to the point where they're literally going like, yes, of course the main character has tons of sex.
Right.
The male main character, Casanova.
Well,
female main
it
character.
seems like they care the female main character more than the male main character.
Wait, purpose left. So how's that thing you're building going?
It's gone.
Also, I set something up at base that's making the position the superposition oscillators
Good.
just permanently.
Good, we could use that.
Just letting it try and get enough spun up. So. But, like, there are some, like, communities out there that are really, really cool. I'd say Nikkei is technically one of them because a lot of people just like some of the characters' designs or...
Yeah. Right, yeah, I can't say I've seen anything weird from that community. I mean, like, as a constant. I guess if I go look for something weird, I'm sure I'll find it.
Like
but...
World of Warcraft.
Okay, yeah.
And I'll say besides Reddit, the only other Zenless Zone Zero fans I engage with are a subset of fans from I Fell in Love with a Villainous. So in that Discord group is a subset of Zenless Zone Zero people that play that game, and that's my subgroup that I'm part of. So
Yeah.
The whole group, the group I spend the most time with is just a subset of another fan group. So I could be isolated.
But yeah, no, they're, like, I'd hate to say this, Genshin seems to be, like, a constant state of drama, because, I don't like the fact that this voice actor decided to take this stance on the character. Get rid of them. And then
it's the fact that they're dealing, as you pointed out, they're dealing with two major fan bases that sometimes really don't agree with each other.
Yeah. Which is the rest of the world, and then the Chinese fan base. Which... I'd say the one reason why the Chinese fan base has a higher, or a much larger voice, it's not because of sheer numbers, it's because of the fact that they're closer to home.
Well, in some ways they still define, like, how well the game is doing based off of, like, their actual majority base, so...
Yeah.
None of that is unusual.
Yeah. Let's see here. But outside of that, it's like, and this is just partially why, is that I don't try and interact with a lot of the fandom outside of like a couple of servers. And generally it's like, this server has a section for it, but they're like, yeah, our main focus is this, but we needed to isolate them from the rest, otherwise it would just take over general chat.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Just again, like how there's a Zen Zero section of my I'm in love with a villainess group. So.
Yeah, and generally the people that get that are like, hey, cool, great, we are isolated, we can talk about it, we don't have to worry about people complaining about our fandom, because.
And I'm on the Discord for Zenless Zone Zero in general, but I never interact with that at all.
I only have HSRs because if they actually ping me about codes, I get it, and that's about it.
Yeah.
But half the time I get the codes from elsewhere anyway.
I mean, I technically had to join one of the primary servers just simply so I could actually progress in the game. No, literally. For the longest time, I didn't know how to advance the game state for passive XP item grind.
Was this for that one Korean
yes,
one?
Yes, Horizon Walker. The thing was is that you had to actually go through and improve people's bonds. So you actually had to read their stories to actually go through things. Secondly, I didn't realize you had to go through the hard mode of the dungeons because it didn't have a new icon up or something. So there was two things of confusion that, like, it doesn't really do a good job of communicating. It didn't help that at the time I didn't want to progress through Bond stories because at launch, the translation was really rough.
It was very, very machine translated.
Well, it was obviously machine translated, but very poorly at that.
Yeah. But so, from my perspective, right now, I'm just kind of saving up all of my jade, aka your polychrome. I forget what it's like. I think it's like something like astral jade, but it's basically your it's just called something jade that gets turned into tickets, and I'm just saving that up for the Fate's Day one. And I'm just gonna grab Saber. And if I get her real quick, I may try and get her Electro. But I don't think they said that they were going to be oh wait, no, they did, because they got one of the artists from FGO to do the art for the Lycon.
The next patch, we're gonna get a free 4-star, or the equivalent of 4-star. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
From my favorite faction.
We've been getting a lot of like, oh hey, complete this quest and get this, like get a copy or unlock this character stuff. And it's kind of sad in the fact that, like, the characters that they're offering is like, I've already got these guys maxed out. Can I select a fourth person? No. Oh, well. But I'm also kind of waiting things out to see how well Treeby and Mighty turn out, to see if I really need them or if I can just go like and then just wait for their rerun.
I haven't even filled one container of radioactive waste.
Hey, look at that! We're way above the blue line now.
Remember, this is only a quarter operational.
Excellent.
Yes. How do we make fix? Tank. SP. Nope, that's token. That's it. Nope. Wait, is it what those was? Okay. Okay. Okay, so that's gonna be fun. Because in order to make Fixonium, you need the singularity cells. And to make singularity cells, you need the nuclear posters. So, are there any other games on your horizon, Eddie, that you're looking forward to?
Not really.
No.
I'm trying to catch up with my backlog a lot, really, and trying to make more use of my Xbox Game Pass. So, and I got a huge backlog there too. So, like most of the games I want to buy are the ones related to our streams. So, like Elden Ring and The Last of Us are up there. And then the Alan Wake and Control games, like those will be probably purchased this year too. As far as my own stash of games, like if Death Stranding comes out this year, that'll also be another stream game. I'm so stream minded, so a lot of my games that I want to purchase are what I'm going to use for stream, and also tend to be new games. I'm going to rebuy Final Fantasy Rebirth just so I can play it on stream, which is why I'm getting rid of my PlayStation. So like this, because I just don't use it anymore. The only, like I think I said it before, the last thing I got to play on that thing before I give up on it entirely is Tales of Arise, so I can play the DLC on that. And not
instead of just getting it for the PC.
Well, then I'll have to beat the game all over again too. So that's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm already had to do that with Rebirth. So I don't know if I can stomach that again. Well, I mean, it's not that it was a bad game. It was a really great game. I just don't know if I can stomach replaying a game knowing that I have a bunch of games that I actually need to fucking play.
And then you play Fallout 4.
I haven't played Fallout 4 in a minute. That's another game that I actually need to play. That's a game that I need to play from my Game Pass, the Starfield. So that's on the to-do list. That's no joke. Reload, I haven't played yet. Persona 3 Reload, I gotta play that. There's even the Strikers game that I haven't finished playing yet either. So like the Persona 5 Striker. So like, I gotta finish that at some point.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's just so much good shit. I'm overloaded. I'm wealthy in my backlog.
Versus me, where
I said Strikers, but I meant Tactica, but also Strikers because that's a great game too. I meant Tactica though.
Tactica, Strikers.
I have Lies of P. Lies of P. Although I want to replay that one at some point. I Sea of Stars. I only started it a little bit. I haven't finished it yet. Metal Slug Tactics. I haven't played yet either.
I've beaten Sea of Stars. We did that on stream. We haven't done the DLC yet, but
yeah, Xbox alone. Like I'm almost gonna be like I shouldn't buy new games unless they're for the stream, because Xbox has more than enough for me at the moment. There's only a few games. The only game I can think of top of mind, well, I already said one of them, right? But one of the two games that come top of mind of like I will buy it regardless is Death Stranding and Stellar Blade. Once that gets its PC release, I'll probably end up buying that too. Not to mention, this is the year we're gonna get a new Nintendo, so my money's gonna go to at least go to play Tears of the Kingdom. So
as a heads up, I have looked into that. Tears of the Kingdom is actually capped at 30. It's hardwired to 30.
For now.
No, like actual stuff in the game is hardwired to the FPS.
For now.
No. You actually have to mod the game to go past it.
For now.
No.
You say that like Nintendo is incapable of updating the game.
Nintendo does not want to update the game because they're working on other projects.
Again, for now, I will believe it when I see it.
Unless they want to use a modders patch to do it, which I don't think they want to. Because that's acknowledging that somebody was able to do something that they couldn't. Plus, obviously, it's illegal. Even though modding is not necessarily illegal.
Well, I would think it'd be a matter of...
I'm honestly not worried. I have a lot of confidence in an updated Tears of the Kingdom.
They might just re-release Breath of the Wild with the 60 FPS. And not do Tears of the Kingdom.
That'd be pretty great too.
Or they might not just do either, and because they're both since the Switch 2 is going to be backwards compatible, you can just buy the game and play it as is.
I don't know why you're so intent on crushing this, but you're welcome to do it.
Eddie, I'm just telling you, just play the game. It doesn't matter.
It does.
How?
I don't don't know why you take such offense to it. It does to me.
I'm telling you, you're wasting time not playing it.
I'm not.
Well,
like I'm
see?
Yeah, it's not like I'm not doing anything else.
I mean, it's not like the only game system he has is a Nintendo.
Yeah.
I mean, he just talked about how the fact that he's seriously looking at his PlayStation and going, have I used this in the past year? Technically, yes.
You know, the last time I used it in the last 3 months?
Once?
To see, I used it to see what the ray tracing in Zenless Zone Zero looks like. It's the only thing I've used it for.
Because you couldn't do it on PC?
Yeah, you literally can't do it on PC.
What? Oh.
Yeah, they for some reason it's not available on PC.
That feels kinda shitty.
Kinda, yeah.
Admittedly, the games that I'm looking forward to are kind of weird and like not normal, like the new Atelier game that's going to be coming later.
That's a good one.
Yumina, which now they're just going like, yeah, it's not about like teenage girls, because like she's like 22.
I mean, technically, the end of Ryza had them as adults. So
Yeah, but it was like Ryza started out as a 16-year-old.
yeah, well, that was part of the story. It's like grown up.
Right.
And then like I've been kind of fascinated with the series, and I keep telling you, Eddie, you should probably play it, even though I haven't played it.
It's on the to-do list.
Is the Trails series?
Oh, the railroad one.
No,
Multiple of them. Like, there's more than just Railroad. Like,
I've
technically, you
seen
would have to
all
go
of them
back.
have the train in there.
Let's just
but-
say this: you might have to invest 1,000 hours into it.
Yeah.
I've heard that it's girthy.
It is
What?
girthy. It is girthy.
Well, as I think I saw somebody actually give their quick review of it, he said he started off on Trails of Cold Steel and regrets it. And whenever he gives out the advice of playing the Trail series, it's like, start at the beginning. Just start at the beginning. It's a better journey that way. And like, he ended up telling that to his cousin. His cousin ignored him, started at the same place, went back and told him, yeah, I regret it as well.
And
So,
the fact is that they are remaking Trails in the Sky.
The first series? Or just
First
the
chapter.
game?
The very first game. And they're going to gauge how well it's received if they're going to do SC second chapter, or Trails in the Sky the third, aka third chapter. Because like, I feel like it's definitely a RPG series you would love because of like how complex, as well as the characters in it.
Sounds dope. Yeah, haven't gotten into it.
Well, it is one of those things of like, it is a commitment.
It is a commitment because like,
We are talking multiple full-length
playthroughs.
RPGs.
Full-length RPGs with
And we're just talking like main story stuff, not even like external like hidden boss clears or extra stuff or like full completion.
full completion, which does require multiple playthroughs, even though there are people out there that can give you like saves that allow you to do everything in one go. But because like this is it's made by Falcom, which is possibly the longest running game company around. Because their start was like on the PC 88, and they have just slowly continued. Because that's it's the first chapter of Trails in the Sky using, I think, I'm not sure if it's the Reverie engine or the engine that they used for Daybreak, which I think is the same engine, but they're going to basically take the first game in the Trails series, Trails series, and then bring it up to current standards, because, like, I think the first game was made for PSP, essentially.
Sideways.
Let me just do a quick check. Because, like, obviously I mentioned Monster Hunter coming out.
Well, this is funny enough. This is another Game Pass game, but the Outer World is going to come out later. But that'll be on Game Pass, so I don't have to worry about purchasing that one.
Admitted the Outer Worlds or Outer Wilds?
I thought you already played that.
Not number two.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
you say number 2.
My bad.
We just heard Outer Worlds, like.
No, number two. Number 2.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, that's Everhood 2 is coming out. That one I'm going to be a little bit wait on that one. The Suikoden 1 and 2 HD remaster is coming out. Admittedly, that was much more of like, I'll see what it looks like first. Let's see, what else was there? There was a couple of games that were like, oh hey, I was really interested in it. It's coming out later this year, obviously. But it's like, I'm slowing down on trying to get games myself because it's like, I need to sit and finish some of these.
Right.
Have you tried anything from the Next Fest? Or seen anything that you might have been interested in?
I have done a couple of games, actually. Some that looked really interesting, and some it's like, okay, I can see the influence. Why did you do this? Because, let me bring up, because, let's see here. Games that I did try out. Dark Deity 2, because, like, I'm kind of interested in it, which is, it's a Fire Emblem-like. It's okay. I tried out Solar Punk. It's got a nice visual style to it, but it's, I hate to say it, nothing new. I mean, we've played Wrath, we've played Satisfactory. Would you like to play a Solar Punk survival game, Eddie?
Yes.
For both. Solar Punk, then.
I mean, I really dig those kind of games. So, like,
Okay.
Well, it's a question of exactly, how they're developing it, because it may be a very relaxing survival game versus a very intense survival game.
In this case, they're going for a relaxing type.
I've seen a lot of actual buzz about something that looked like, was developed in response to Minecraft and has gotten its own fan base solidly now. Have you ever heard of Vintage Story? Vintage Story? Let me just double check that.
Do it. I'm checking right now.
It's not on Steam.
Oh, okay.
It's actually similarly run to how Minecraft used to be.
Well, you were talking about Next Fest, so it's like, well,
Yeah, I know, but it also is a thing of like, it just popped up, and it's technically new game. Well, technically old game. Its initial release was from 2016, but they've continually developed during that time. So
Yeah.
in some ways, it's gotten to the same point of where Minecraft was in terms of like feature completion.
Yeah.
But no, I only brought that up because technically it's like, oh hey, that's also a survival game.
Yeah. Other games, these are lesser known titles. I tried Loadra, which that is heavily influenced by Super Metroid. I don't like it because of the aesthetics. The gameplay is actually pretty solid, but the aesthetics, because like, they're heavily influenced by Super Metroid. But the problem is that they made the character a bit too big, and the characters quite literally look like knockoff Predators.
Yeah.
Which, that's where I'm getting like... I'm conflicted because like the gameplay was actually pretty tight and pretty good. Just... it's hard to get into a game when it doesn't... when you just can't jive with it. Another one that I did try was Chaos Front, which is a tactics mecha game. It's okay. The gameplay is pretty okay, but and the graphics, since it's pixel, like okay, you can't go wrong with pixels. These look fairly solid.
You can.
You can, but when you do that, it's generally either intently or something you can fix fairly quickly. But the problem is that the plotline of it has me questioning a few things because it's it's like humankind is expanded out into space, and then they expanded a bit too far, and now you're a prince of one of these factions that is designed to become a PMC in this contested zone because reasons, and your first fight is, hey, I'm a pirate, but I respect this character who is you, but I don't believe that you are you, so I'm gonna fight you. And then after you fight him, it's like, oh, you are you? I'm gonna join you and disband my pirates. I'm like, no, mother...
That doesn't sound that bad.
It is not well written. It is...
I mean, I can see the execution. Concept-wise, it doesn't sound so bad.
Concept-wise, pretty good. Just the writing in it just is jarring.
Okay, that's fair. I can understand that sentiment.
I checked out this one. The writing is good. The aesthetics is okay. But I'm kind of saying there, like, after I saw its warnings on it, immediately it's like, oh, it's one of those games, which is Moonchild, aka I'm going to do my own Earthbound.
Oh.
And one of the warnings was jump scares, and I'm like, oh.
I mean, I guess that's one way to do Earthbound? Question mark.
Admittedly, it's using I think it's using RPG Maker MV or MZ. I don't know which one. And they have a solid grasp of the mechanics and aesthetics. They went for simple but effective characters, and they're trying to do their own thing, but it's like, okay. Other ones that I haven't tried are Unyielder, Fire Hero, Everhood 2, which we have played Everhood a little bit. Technically on the stream. Everhood 2 is just a different take on it. Those are a few of them, and it's like I'm pretty sure Everhood 2 is going to be coming out like if I played the demo, it's going to be okay. No problems. Obviously, other games that I've kind of taken a peek into, Mecha Break, since they're doing their open beta right now, of which finding out things like the fact that they are going to move the game to a free-to-play game instead of like a pay-once type. Which means that the single-player campaign is now gone.
Choice.
A choice, but it's like, really? But it makes it, but I can understand it, as well as some of the mechanics that they're doing. They're trying to make it very accessible to play, and it's been doing pretty well for the beta. Admittedly, some people are like, "Oh, it's just another hero shooter." Like, nah, not quite, but yeah, I can understand where it definitely fits in that category.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that these days.
Yeah.
You gotta really knock it out of the park.
Well, the way they're doing it is actually pretty good, because they actually, the mechs are the quotation classes, and they're mixing them up pretty well to be useful, and as well as topping off the fact that you can create your own pilot, so you can make a you and be the character instead of playing as like Soldier 66 or Mr. Fantastic type of stuff.
Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting character take to it.
Well, I mean, like, having your own character creator and not shying away from certain things, like allowing characters to, you know, like, create somebody that, like, you can resonate with, or just recreate you, and then you can go pilot giant, chonky mechs and punch people.
Right. That sounds like a good time.
Considering that, they've added a new feature which is much more, as a lot of people have been putting on some of the reviews, Tarkov-esque, or as I've been putting it, a much more PvP. It's much more like multiplayer friendly, because the initial beta that I tried with them was when they just had the as some people put it, the hero shooter mode, which was a 3v3 PvP mode. Whereas this new mode, Mashmac, is basically a Royal-esque arena where it's constantly closing down, but you're fulfilling various missions amongst it, and you may run across another team that you fight against. And the couple times that I have tried it, I've only, like, we tend to get the fight the team at the very final, like, checkpoint, generally, at least for our team. So it's like, you fulfill missions and you get stuff that you can do, and it's kind of fun, but at the same time, it's one of those situations of, like, I could see some people playing it for a weekend and then going like, okay, what's next? Because it is kind of set to be a little bit grind heavy, and to have season passes, but much more in line with, you know, Fortnite season passes, where, like, you can get everything in the season pass by actually playing the game. Or you can pay money to unlock everything, unlock the major points of it.
It is appreciated.
It is appreciated. So, that's Mecha Break. As for other games, like, I kind of hate to say this, but I did actually start playing Trails in the Sky FC first chapter today. Just to, like, okay, I want to play this game just so, like, if I do pick up the remake, I can do some level of comparison. Because I know there are some people out there that saying like, "Oh, play the game the original way it was intended." Or some people are like, "No, just wait for the remake. It's gonna have everything from the first game, but new cool graphics." I'm just playing it because, like, okay, I can try it. But, obviously there's going to be Monster Hunter World, Wilds, which is, like, tomorrow. Which I'm not... I still kind of want to play Rise, Monster Hunter Rise, but nobody's going to be playing Rise because everybody's going to be on Wilds now.
The hot new shit. Yep.
Well, what was funny was the fact that, like, Rise was pretty good, and then everybody went to World, and they're like, whoa, World is so much better, even though Rise came out after World.
They had a hit with it. No lie.
Well, Wilds was done by the same team that did World and Iceborne, the Iceborne expansion. And the beta that they had last year, where there was a lot of feedback, including some of the like, "Hey, what the fuck did you do to my weapon?" Not me personally. I found the gun lance to be perfectly serviceable, but I do mean but. There were some weapons that people said that quite literally became useless.
It was a beta, wasn't it?
Well, what they mean by useless is the factor that quite literally it didn't have as much capabilities or moveset as it did in previous Monster Hunters. Like, it got nerfed. One of them was the Lance, one of them, which I feel is kind of justified, is the fact that the Insect Glaive, because obviously the Insect Glaive was introduced in Monster Hunter 4 to kind of show off, like, the verticality of the game and allow for, like, much more varied combat. Since then, the Insect Glaive has kind of slowly been losing its versatility, because, like, with Monster Hunter Generations, they added the various hunt styles, which allowed people to have access to that. And some people are wanting the hunt styles to come back.
Well, I think a lot of people do want some of the things that they experimented with 4 to come back.
4 in Generations,
because
yeah.
In some ways, that was the last main Monster Hunter.
That Generations was technically the last old style Monster Hunter game, which was the areas were like specific areas, animations you could not cancel out of, because everybody gotta love that, like, eating stuff and there's like, pump up, get hit by fucking giant monster monkey with poo, and then you basically, all that healing's gone out the fucking window, mistimed it. But so some people are kind of like, hey, it's great that, like, Wilds is going to be the next new major game in the newest canon, because I think it is technically Monster Hunter 6. Because Rise and Worlds were 5, I believe? Um, and based off of the reception, a lot of people are looking forward to Wilds, especially since they've added some features that people were like, can we have this back? Like having private rooms instead of, oh, you have to connect to a 100-man room. In order to play. Because it... And this was actually addressing some of the things that people in the first beta that they ran, not the second one, were having issues with things running smoothly, because as soon as the server went over a certain number of people, which generally it was forced to do, because they wanted to minimize how many servers were running at the time, it would somehow tank the FPS. Even though, like, not everybody was rendered at the same time or all at once, it would just tank the FPS. And we're talking on, like, 50, 80 cards. Or...
Jeez, yeah, okay, that's serious.
Yeah. And so people would try and figure out ways of getting, like, servers where they had minimal amount of people joining in on them. And so, like...
Join the server or we'll cut... If you join the server, we'll cut you.
Generally, people started putting passwords on servers. And... it caused some problem. That one caused some problems because Capcom was not expecting that to happen. Because the first beta was actually to test the actual server loads.
Oh, what the hell?
What happened?
I just realized why I'm so behind on... no wonder I'm so behind. Half of my machines aren't connected with their outputs.
Ew. Okay.
It's not a bad thing, but it's sort of like I could have been producing so much more right now.
Things could have been so much better!
Well,
Oh. But, obviously they added, essentially a single-player mode, which allows you to basically play in a one-person lobby, but but it still allows you to ask for online help, which it's a bit weird because some people are like, can we just have an offline mode?
No.
No. Obviously, concerns about, like, various movesets or things with the weapons have been addressed, and they have made modifications to the ones that were heavily reported to be not fun to play with. Admittedly, it's going to be interesting having to deal with the new systems, like the fact that one of the new mechanics that they added, and this is something that was kind of available in World and Rise, was the fact that you were allowed to swap out weapons mid-hunt. I think... Did Generations do it?
I don't know.
Alright.
I didn't really play Generations.
Yeah. Was the fact that on some on previous versions of Monster Hunter, you took your weapon and you had to complete the hunt with it. If you wanted a different weapon, you either had to start the mission over again with that weapon, or have a buddy that decide to take use that weapon to help you out with, unless you decide to take that weapon, which is where the whole joke about why some that meme that I posted about oh wait, yeah, Monster Hunter players trying to sell you on their main weapon versus actual cults comes from, is the factor that unlike prior games where you had to take the one weapon, so you had to get really good with that one weapon, like from I believe 4 and on. I know World allowed you to do it, which was basically you go to your base camp and you can swap out your weapon. Whereas Wilds decides to give you something a little bit extra, where you can have one extra weapon with you out in the field.
Some versatility.
Meaning that you can have somebody that has their favorite melee weapon, and what a lot of players have been doing, which is taking their favorite ranged weapon, aka bow, light bow gun, or heavy bow gun. And then, of course, their favorite melee weapon, whether it be the switch axe, the heavy...
Well, I could possibly see some other configurations, such as, like, going between a fast weapon versus a heavy hitting weapon, like the hammer versus the dual blades.
Yeah. I'm not saying, like, that's
the only
configuration. I'm just saying that, from what I saw, a majority of players tend to have a ranged weapon and then their melee weapon. Majority. I did see some people where they had 2 great swords, but of 2 different elements. Which, okay, that's a good mechanic. Bit weird, but okay. And you can then like go back to one of the various base camps and then swap out your loadout as well. So, I think Wilds is going to do pretty well. I know Monster Hunter is not your cup of tea, Eddie, even though I have tried to get you into it.
For the record, I did play it.
You did try Wilds, and I fully admit we tried to rush you through it, which that's probably a bad thing to do.
I mean, the biggest problem with Monster Hunter is playing Monster Hunter again.
Yeah.
Okay, what I mean by this is that, let's say your first Monster Hunter was Try. It was probably your most difficult Monster Hunter, probably you spent the most time in it, and you probably felt the most accomplished, like getting to the end game, or G rank. But essentially when you start up a new Monster Hunter, you're essentially starting over again from 0. You have to play through most of the thing again, you have to grind through everything again. And while technically it's probably faster this time, it's still sort of there. But you have to go through everything all over again.
And while some of the older games allowed you to somewhat roll things forward, admittedly, the way they did this was basically like, it took out how much stuff you had, and then priced it out, and then gave you that much money in the game, in the next game. So it's like, you played Monster Hunter 1, you could technically load up the save in Monster Hunter 2, and then get a huge money boost to start up to start up Monster Hunter 2. Admittedly, that was like that was PS2 era. Nowadays, it's kind of like, but they are thinking of things like allowing access to cross saves. I mean, World thought about it, but they were like, given the fact that it was originally launched on PlayStation, you can probably guess who had a heavy say in whether cross saves would be okay or not. And generally, their answer was generally no.
Antarctica.
No, it ends with Oni. And starts with an S. games that I'd like to hear more about, like the Okami sequel. I want to know more about that, even though it's like, it's Okami.
Yeah, we haven't gotten any new use since the Game Awards.
Even though Kami is active, going like, hey, it's going to be great, trust me on this. It's like, we trust you, Kamiya. We trust you. But we as gamers have been burned.
Not the first time we've been told by a awesome game developer. Trust me, bro.
Yeah. We trust you, Kamiya, because you're technically supposed to be one of the cooler ones. But we have been burned before.
Being burned is no fun.
No, it's not. But and really, there's some games in my backlog that I really need to finish because I started them and then I stopped because of real life issues.
Real life issues are the worst.
Yeah.
Because you can't save quit.
Or save scum.
I just realized something, and I'm pretty sure I just noticed this. I'm not sure if you guys noticed it. On the back of the sync centers, there's a small little tiny kiosk with a slot for where the tickets pop out of.
I don't know if I looked close enough to it.
I just noticed it because I was flying by some of the ones that we have in near base. And it's like, what is that?
I want to take a closer look next time I'm next to one of the six.
Yeah. And we are now full up on time crystals.
Time after time.
Okay, am I having supply issues? Yes, I am.
Oh boy. Hopefully that's not from me.
Well, probably not.
It's like I'm stealing some of the crystal oscillators and the alclad sheets for the superposition oscillators.
Well, if you're doing all that stuff like over there, that's fine, but
Yeah, I'm doing over back at home
Okay.
base.
minus steel production halted. Okay, there's no coal. Why is there no coal? Okay, what the heck is going on here? Ah.
Okay, I just need to import 2 more resources, and I can actually start building these rockets from scratch.
I'm going to exit and come back in.
Okay.
We
Because I'm getting lag, and I can't tell whether it's me or you.
I'm not seeing anything, but that could be just I'm not experiencing it yet.
I only have 2% drop frames.
Well, I mean, in-game.
I mean, that's a good indicator about my connectivity. That's why I brought it up. Usually.
Oh, wait, it's not even in our game anymore.
What?
The Fix-It approved color gun.
What?
You know, how you used to paint things.
Yeah?
It's no longer in the game. I've gotten Fix-It tip number 4.
Oh.
You know, they pulled it out of the game. You no longer have to get pigment.
No
Flowers.
longer. You know, I had to get flowers to make pigment to then use with the gun, which was the pigment was single use only. Versus just making the colors just done. Check everything.
think I found out what was the problem.
Oh.
The initial belts on my full production weren't upgraded. So of course they weren't moving the coal at max possible value.
Ugh.
Now, thankfully, it's moved up steel production again, so hopefully it doesn't cause issues.
Okay, that's a cute detail.
It'll be fine.
So I built a main portal back at base, just to have it sitting around, just to see what it looked like and how to set up. There's a sticker on the Lily UI for the portal that is a no fly.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
For anyone at home who doesn't understand the reference, it's a reference to the song I Swallow the Horse, or I Swallow the Fly, Perhaps I'll Die. Yeah.
No.
Because eventually the grandmother swallows a horse, and in this case I think the metaphor is that Ada's the grandmother swallowing shit.
No, it's definitely a Jeff Goldblum reference.
Well, Brundlefly.
About the dangers about cloning dinosaurs.
Okay, is there a shirtless picture of him somewhere? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you want to see a shirtless picture of what happened in that movie.
No power. Give me the power. I do not have power.
No power.
Oh, because I moved everything. That's why. There's no power.
Okay.
Oh, whoopsies. No, I can fix this.
I can fix it. now I just need to import oil. Oil is the last thing I need to import. And I only need a shit ton of oil. 543 units per minute. I think I can pull it off between these two. I will go find out. Maybe not. Maybe not. I'll find out. Too bad I don't have infinite power charge. Oh wait.
We do. You made sure of that, Eddie.
Damn straight I did. I'm still collecting slugs despite the fact that I absolutely do not need to.
We just shove them into the fucking dimensional depot and they will live there eternity.
These give me enough oil. Okay, so you give me 60. I get 120 out of you. Nope, I actually don't get enough out of both of you, so I have to go to the pure node instead. why I already built the infrastructure for this. It's like I planned ahead.
Wow. Okay.
Planning ahead. What a concept.
Yeah.
Jeez.
What?
I keep missing where I'm supposed to put the electric pole. Ooh, do I actually have space for this? Space. Fine. Nope, I do.
Actually, Eddie, you mentioned something about the cooling systems? Like, last stream?
What do you mean? What's your question?
Because I thought you mentioned that, like, oh, it needs to be, like, so many amount.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so far enough is coming in.
Okay.
Why do you ask?
I just took a look at the machine, and it looked like you stuffed in some summer sloops into it.
Yes, I did.
If you needed 7 per minute, why didn't you overclock it?
Because I wasn't sure if the resources intake was going to be enough.
Ah. Okay, just wanted to make sure. And 5 minutes to 10:30. AMPX.
Yeah.
Was there anything at base making supercomputers?
I think so.
Okay.
Well, no, maybe not. We have computers.
I'm talking supercomputers.
Yeah, I know. I thought we might have had something set up, but sort of temporary. Not, like, stable.
Yeah. Because, like, I was thinking about, like, setting up one of the smaller, like, a smaller installation to make the quantum computing machines. Since, obviously, I'm making time crystals and Fixonium trigons nearby. And then just slowly start making like some of the other components. Let's see. You use normal computers. Why are you not? Okay.
probably should skip straight.
Sleep deprived?
No, I still have 6 episodes left that I need to finish for tomorrow. I don't know if I can squeeze those into during the day.
That might be pretty difficult. I was actually wondering whether you wanted to finish it for tomorrow, but 6 episodes is pretty rough, especially since you really actually have to pay attention to them.
Yeah.
Do you want to do another skip?
No, I'll be done by tomorrow. It's just whether I stream tonight or not, I think, is the question.
Okay.
I guess I don't really need to stream tonight. None of the activities are going to expire before Sunday. So I should be okay. That's the only thing I'd be worried about. I don't think anything expires before then, so I might just wrap up the last 6 episodes today. After this stream. That might be the prudent thing to do. Game plan. Once again overestimated how much my planes can carry.
Okay.
So I must rectify this with brute force. can't do this with planes. Fuck. Fuck you. Well, shit. I'm gonna have to create a really long fucking train.
How long? 8 cars?
No, long in length, not in the train itself. The track, a long track.
Ah.
Damn it. Oh, that sucks. That's gonna take forever, but it's gotta be done. Okay, dismantling this whole idea. You can plan it. It's like new code. Stop attacking me. I'm busy. Okay, we got a long way to go. Time to go. I have to go all the way to the oil fields, all the way to the northeast part of the desert. So it's a long way. It'll be the second longest single train I've ever made. Building. 15 minutes of rest per day.
Fun.
I need a hydrant. From now on, our streams are going to include a smoke break.
But none of us smoke.
We'll have to learn, obviously.
Can I just have a robot do it instead?
No, I'm not a fan of AI.
It doesn't even have to be AI, it could be an analog system.
No, I want them to know that their circuits are frying because they're smoking.
You want the robot to know pain.
Well, it won't feel pain, but I want it to know it's making poor decisions.
Even though we're the ones telling it to do it.
We'll figure that part out. We'll convince it that it was its idea.
That's that. Almost finished everything. I'm getting to the recycling part of it. Okay, what happened? Okay, that was weird. Oh, that's why you're not getting any brick wire. Good, I'm starting to stockpile them. Yay. Soon we'll double our production of nuclear power.
Excellent. Excellent. Take this, you bitch. You attacked the train, Spitter. How could you?
Okay, let's see. 4 hours.
You already said it, gee. Okay, anytime we can wrap up, because I'm not going to finish this last segment of the train in this stream. I'm going to need another half hour at least.
Okay. I'm just doing some small stuff.
Okay. I'm trying to set something up so I can try and make supercomputers, admittedly at a smaller pace, back at base. So I can start making quantum computing, and then start making singularity stuff. One last check first. Two pieces of rebar from your internet.
Yeah, my internet's hardcore.
I mean, it gave me a nuke earlier.
The rebar is so in your face. So personal.
Me. Well, I'm out of the game.
Okay.
And as soon as you leave the game, my FPS goes way up.
This
I
is
mean-
not...
Probably because of all the stuff I'm having to observe. Like, I'm trying to, like, close it off so it doesn't lag from just, like, seeing every single object at the same time or having to load them in. I'm out of the game. I thought I
Oh,
said.
oh no, I did not hear you say you were out of the game.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let me save then. Let me finally exit the game.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see the notification, so my bad. Okay. All right. We'll be back tomorrow. So, yeah, more of this tomorrow. That's all.